on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Ola Sabo who sprints out for the early lead. Expensive Cut and Sagamore Mischief are chasing second and third. Passion behind those two in fourth, and 3 lengths to the stretch running Rhymes Like Dimes, who's at the tail of the field as they lean into that first turn. It's Ola Sabo leaves the rail open for Expensive Cut, who fires right on through, and they're together as one with about 6 furlongs to go in this race. Sagamore Mischief is in third, 4 lengths off the lead. A length to Passion, who's outside of Sagamore Mischief, and then about 5 lengths to the trailer, and that is Rhymes Like Dimes. First quarter, 24 2/5 up the backstretch. Ola Sabo with a slender lead over Expensive Cut. And then about 3 lengths back to Passion, who's to the outside of Sagamore Mischief. Then about 6 lengths to the trailer, Rhymes Like Dimes. The half in 47 4/5 entry into the far turn. Still a battle between Ola Sabo and Expensive Cut. It's Passion who emerges on the outside in third, a length and a half off the lead. Sagamore Mischief under a ride, and Rhymes Like Dimes draws closer. About 6.5 lengths off the lead is Rhymes Like Dimes, who's out of last but deep on the course as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Ola Sabo and Passion are first and second. Expensive Cut plugs away towards the rail. Rhymes Like Dimes on the grandstand side, now up into third and 4 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Passion has gotten the better of Ola Sabo. Rhymes Like Dimes with a belated rally. 16th to go. It's Passion. Passion's going to win the opener here at Finger Lakes by about 2.5. Ola Sabo holds second over Rhymes Like Dimes. Race number 2 in about 23 minutes at 1:27 p.m. And they're off. Solo Flight barrels out for the front end. Hamilton's Reason for the placed. Last Vintage on the outside. Hamilton's Reason with the lead over Last Vintage. Here's Chicago Charlie from mid-pack up into second. I'm Gonna now takes third. Last Vintage shuffled fourth, and 5 lengths back to Runaway Roscoe, who's 2.5 in front of Solo Flight, who's now at the back of the pack. Hamilton's Reason leads this group into the turn, has the lead by a half length over Chicago Charlie, harassing outside in second. I'm Gunna's the gray in third, 4 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Last Vintage in fourth, and about 6 lengths to Runaway Roscoe's to the inside of Solo Flight at the back. First quarter was in 23 seconds, a quarter of a mile left to travel. Chicago Charlie and Hamilton's Reason. These two are side by side as they turn into the stretch. I'm Gunna's on the outside in third, but still about 6 lengths off the lead. And then it's Runaway Roscoe a distant fourth. They've got 1 furlong to go. Hamilton's Reason opens up by 2 over Chicago Charlie in second. I'm Gunna towards the inside in third. In deep stretch, it's Hamilton's Reason. The huge favorite wins by 3. I'm Gonna get second over Chicago Charlie. Runaway Roscoe for wagering. Pick 4 starts on race 3, 22 minutes. To race number 3, 1:59, scheduled post time. And they're off. Pennsylvania wins the break, but it's Lollipops and Ring of the Rise towards the inside who get that early lead. Pensima 3 wide in third. Then a gap of 4 lengths to Jay's Love, who runs to the inside of Jessica's Ride, who's at the back of the pack. 2 distinct flights as they pass the half-mile pole. And it's Pensima 3 wide, Ring of the Rise at the fence, Lollipops sandwiched in between horses. Then about 5 lengths back to the trailers, Jay's Love and Jessica's Ride. First quarter mile, 23 seconds. They're on the turn. It's Pensima 3 wide with the lead over Ring of the Rise. Lollipops tries to keep position in between horses. Then 4 lengths back to Jessica's Ride, who is about a length and a half in front of Jay's Love at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the home stretch. Ring of the Rise comes back for more. Pensima's under a drive. It's Jessica's Ride who's on the grandstand side, closing in with each and every stride. 1 furlong to go. Ring of the Rise on top by a length and a half. Jessica's Ride gets every chance outside second. Jessica's Ride wearing down Ring of the Rise. Jessica's Ride defeats Ring of the Rise for the win. Close for third. Pensima to the outside at $20.64. Trifecta 12. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes, a Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes being called good right now. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race. Well, we'll just go races 1 through 6. No changes. No changes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Though I do have a scratch in the 6th race. I'm going to have to pass along because it's on the tote and on the Equibase page. Scratch the 1, profitability. 6th race, scratch number 1, profitability. Race 7, scratch the 3 Skylar Starship and the 6 Kegs. Skylar Starship and Kegs, 3 and 6, scratch from the 7th race. 8th and final. Late work for number 9, My Gorgeous. Workout took place at Finger Lakes July 29th, 3 furlong sloppy surface, 38.10 breezing. That's a look at scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Track is listed as good. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. Have fun and good luck. Handicapping with Dave is next.
And welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We had some wet weather here over the weekend and the last few days, especially the last day we ran was last Wednesday. It was such a nice summer. I guess we were due, and I guess we got hit pretty hard over the last week. But Wednesday we ended up, unfortunately, canceling after a few races. I believe Saratoga canceled that day as well. So the rain really hit New York State pretty good, and we're still getting some rain this morning. Probably just a light drizzle right now. Hopefully it'll clear up, but expect an off track at least most of the day. Got it labeled good right now, maybe being a little conservative, as the track does have a lot of moisture in it. Probably consider it in between good and sloppy right now, but we'll see if as the day goes on what the weather does, if which direction we're going to go with this racetrack. But I would definitely, and I did, kind of looked at off-track breeding, so kind of handicapping for an off-track. Of course, you know, we get different off-tracks here at Finger Lakes where it could be a speed favoring off-track, and then you have sometimes a deeper off-track, so like any track. And I think you take that into consideration. Running style factors in as well, depending on how it's playing. Well, you'll notice this week, because of that Wednesday cancellation, I know Wednesday, looking at the card, there's a few races that were just pretty much brought back from that card. So if you handicap some of the races Wednesday, you still get a chance to cash on. I gotta say congratulations to Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro and Naz Alvarado. They won the other day with Queen's Cat at Saratoga. Congratulations to them. And they just always do well with those horses. You have the King's Dancer, Queen's Cat. They're all good. Anyway, we'll look at today's card. Remember, off track. Somewhere, we'll call it good right now, but it'll probably keep an eye. It may end up being downgraded. And it is wet. And you look at this race. I actually liked Equinox last time, but may have needed a race. And looked like she might have just come up a little bit short. Of course, they ran 138, and Katie King is no slouch. I mean, Katie King went 138, so even if Equinox did have a race under her belt, she would have had quite a tussle because Katie King kind of pulled away from that field. But she should be sharper second start off the layoff. She actually ran pretty well, considering it was her first start, and it was her first start going long. But you look at when she's on her game, like last year, she was doing some fast times, and I would expect her to run well in here, at least run better than last time with a race under her belt. So I'm going to go with her on top. Princess Waddle-Eye, good luck saying this one. Must have said, I think it said Waddadill before. It's easier to say, but the L's before the I. Well, had some success here when she came in, and she got her victory here. Last race at Saratoga, she did have a little bit of an eventful start. She stumbled at the start, kind of chased. Don't think she's going to beat those horses anyway. So she comes back to Finger Lakes, going from their one other than state bred, which they kind of add the 2 lifetime with that state bred. But coming back here and running in our one state bred still could be considered a drop from what she ran against last time. Of course, Equinox wasn't there. I think Equinox would do well in that condition anyway. But she's the main threat, and I'm going to use her second. Rumance comes off a little bit of a freshening since earlier this spring. Comes out of a good race in the starter, so moves into this condition. And it's a nice spot for her because she was running in claimers last year. And the fact that she was competitive against tougher in New York, a couple of those races, said that she might have been coming around and getting better because she had won like 3 in a row, just ripping through 5,000, 7,500, and then going to New York and running in their starter conditions and running very well. She could go long or short. The cut back in distance last time to this distance in the slop, and the race is better than what it looks because it was a tough spot in that starter. So I'm gonna use her for third, and for fourth I'll throw in Blue Eyed Scout. She's coming up in class off of the claim, but you look at the rest of them, they're all 5,000 claimers. I mean, you got the class the true allowance horses are Equinox, Princess Guadalai, and Rumen. They're the allowance horses. The rest of them are basically 5,000 claimers. So once you get past those three, Class C West just claimed for 11, moves up. Moontown was running for 5 earlier in the year, and Blue Eyed Scout was just claimed for 5 and moved up. So these horses that have been against this tougher allowance competition are going to have an advantage here, especially if they take to the off track. And Equinox has shown that she certainly doesn't mind it. It's just a matter of the cutback in distance too, but she's been pretty good going long or short. Now, she hasn't won at this distance. I guess that would be the only negative here. They tried her a mile off of the layoff, and now she's cutting back to go 6 furlongs. But you look when she's gone sprinting, she was running just as well. I mean, her numbers were the same. When she did finish off the board, she ran behind, just mentioned, Queen's Cat and Z End. They were the top 3-year-old fillies on the grounds back then. So I don't see any reason that she can't cut back and win here. And she's shown that she doesn't mind an off track. So distance would be my only question, but then again, no, she should actually be fitter for this distance after trying a mile off the layoff. So I'll go 4-5-1-6 in race number 1. I could flip flop 4 or 5 in that race. Okay, second race, a maiden race for fillies and mares, going a mile 70. And I know everybody that kind of opened their program was handicapping this morning, looking at who they're going to play, and then you open it up and you're like, is this real? Todd Pletcher's got 2 horses in our maiden race, and they both look outstanding compared to our maidens. I think my biggest issue was which one of these 2 I was going to take on top. I actually like the 2 breeding-wise better than the 5. Problem is, she only had 1 start, so the 5's got more experience, and she's the more proven horse. And the question of how they'll handle the track too, but they're going to mile 70 here, so Ragba has gone a little bit further, but she's got some consistent form. Now, she has had a lot of seconds lately, and she's still in the maiden condition, so I guess that's the big question marks with Ragba. Does she want to win? Well, even the maidens that she comes out of, you look at those maiden special weights, she's a Kentucky bred, so they're not restricted for New York breds. She's going to face mostly New York breds if she comes here to Finger Lakes. She should be tough, and so should Sayula. Sayula's an Into Mischief. So anybody that watches the show know I really like Into Mischiefs. And they're not bad on an off track. If you look at the Tomlinsons on both of these Pletcher horses, Sayula 430 for an off track, Ragba 421. Neither of them should mind it. One thing I do like about the breeding on Sayula, got a couple halves that were really good. Trigger Warning was a multiple stakes winner. And then she had another one, Latruska, who was a multiple grade 1 winner, had a ton of wins going long and made a lot of money. So the breeding is there on both of these horses. Maybe you try to split them up and say, well, maybe one of them doesn't run and you get some value there. But I had a tough time which one of these 2 to put on top. Could have gone either way. So for third, I threw in the 4 come Monday. Well, here we are on Monday, so if anything, it's a hunch play. She's only had 2 starts, so she's got some room to improve, and I think the stretch out should really help this horse. And, her last race wasn't good. She didn't fire at all. I think the big positive here with come Monday, not that she stretched it out, but the fact that she stays in the maiden special weight condition instead of dropping in class, because this barn's not afraid to drop in class. So maybe give her the last race over the track. It was her first race on dirt, only her second career race. Her first start was on the turf. There's a lot of improvement that can be expected from come Monday, and I do like to stretch out with the Independence Hall. So I'll go the 5-2-4 in the second. Third race was a little more difficult. It's an 11-9, never won 3, and A lot of them are coming out of. You don't really have the drop downs like we usually get in this race. A lot of them have been running at the level. I guess the new face would be the one. Three Little Birds. It's hard to ignore the drop here. And it's hard to ignore this barn. They're going pretty well. Maybe they're cooling off a little bit, but the trip should be there from the rail. Now, the inside has not been particularly great last week, even with the off track, but different week, different track. We are going to resurface next week, by the way, too. Actually, this week coming up. Time's going too quick. But Three Little Birds does have a little bit of a class edge. He's running against the 25s last time. Before that, in those tough starters, and running at Gulfstream. So he's well traveled, but this will be the all-time low for Three Little Birds. Doesn't have to be much, and the Tomlinson is there for the off track. He's over 400 for the off. I mean, you got Unbridled Song on the dam side. Where's Maximum Security? I haven't seen too many of those here, especially here at Finger Lakes. Okay, the 5, Ava's Uncle Billy, an Uncle Mo, shouldn't mind an off track, has hit the board the last 3 times at this claiming level, and can't see any reason why she won't or he won't again. He got run down by Prophetic. I can't really find an excuse for him last time, except for it was his first time stretching out this year, and the other horse might have just been better. And now he cuts back in distance to 6 furlongs, where he was running pretty well before, and he's been running primarily short lately. That he's really tough not to use, at least in the top 3. Good try player in here. I got a little bit of a price for third. I mean they're pretty evenly matched. I mean, I like Mr. Sugar Daddy, as my friend Mailman Rodney says. I was there for the wedding. This is a tougher spot, but he's got some off-track breeding. My Cool Hand Luke's probably the better of the two, but they're both good. But the thing about Henry's Hope, even though you got a couple of them that do like off-tracks, Henry's Hope's got the best breeding and numbers for the off-track. And that could come into play here. I know he's 0 for 5, but there's other variables sometimes. Some of the competition that you're facing. Last time, he ended up getting tired and running 4th off a little bit of a freshening after being claimed. He stepped up and stays at the 11 to 9 level. But it's not like this is a 5,000 claimer running at the 11 to 9 level. He was running against much tougher in New York before arriving here, and dropped from an allowance to a 5 and won at this level, or won at the 5,000 level when he did that. So the step up I didn't think was a big step up. And I think he'll handle the off track better than what the record insinuates here. So I'm going with a little bit of a price for third, and I go with a 1, 5, and 4 in a pretty contentious and interesting third race. Okay, 4th race is an 11 to 9 claimer going a mile. And you kind of look at, first thing you always look at some of these route races, especially the mile race, how the pace scenario develops. Well, you got to figure not my type will probably be the speed. Stretching out at a sprint is showing the sprint speed that he's shown, but all of a sudden he's also stretching out of sprints and does have a little bit of sprint speed. So it'll be interesting to see how the pace flow does show up, because even though True Violence is stretching out, was going long before, and he could sit a trip. I think he could sit right behind the speed. He that wasn't even his best distance last time. He got way over bet. I mean, I was talking about Mr. Sugar Daddy being there for the wedding, but Mr. Sugar Daddy should have been the one that was like 2 to 5 in there. But he, of course, he was life or death. But I say that, but True Violence ran pretty big. Coming back on up the rail, I actually was surprised about how well this horse ran. Maybe that's why he took some money. It was some strange money for this horse to be such a big favorite over Mr. Sugar Daddy. And he ran, like I say, maybe his positioning could have cost him the race being inside, because he did. He came back on and dug in. He didn't fade away in that sprint race. Now he's going a better distance, so that's all he needs. He should, if he could be competitive in that spot in the sprint, he should win this spot in the route. That's the logic. Although you got I'm Solo in Love, who's the main threat. I'm Solo in Love takes a slight drop in class, and that might be enough for him too. Comes out of a good race and was running all allowance races since arriving here. Was claimed for 17, but this will be the first time dropping back for the tag at Finger Lakes anyway. I know he did run once, but he shipped a Prescott to run for 12.5. So 11 and 9 at Finger Lakes going a mile. The class relief will certainly help. It should liven him up. And like I said, he's the main threat to True Violence. One more rep, again, is another one that drops to the 11 and 9. And came off the layoff where he was eligible for the waiver claim, took advantage of that, and then stepped up to the allowance. But when he didn't win, I think they're going to just say, well, we'll drop the 11 and 9. If they claim him, they claim him, because this is where he belongs. And it is. And he should be the other one in here. I mean, it looks like favorites in this race. You always want to try to look for a little bit of prices and stuff, but those look like the three. Especially True Violence looks like the main one. So you could probably key the 4 first or second with a 1 and 3 if it exactas. It looks kind of that way. The only other one I thought might be either All of a Suddenly or Salty Ride will probably round it off for third or fourth. All of a Suddenly ran pretty good for David Rivera last time, and now try going long. And the last race this horse went a route in the slop, actually ran one of his better races. He's never missed the board on and off track, so keep that in mind. You might even want to move him up from fourth to second or third. Maybe not necessarily to win. I don't like the overall record being 1 for 20-something. They're not good horses to bet to win. But I think he's going to like the off track. So that moves him up enough to get him into the number. But you do have other drop downs in here with one more rep and I'm Solo in Love. And probably who should be the best horse in True Violence. So you could you could change the numbers around a little bit, maybe try to beat True Violence if you're looking for some value in here. But it does look like favors, 4, 3, 1, 2 in the fourth. Okay, fifth race. 5,000 claimer going 5.5 furlongs. I don't know if I've seen another horse bred in Great Britain here at Finger Lakes before. So welcome, Immortal Poet. You got Irish bred parents, and of course the grandpa was Australia, but bred in Great Britain. Well, you look at some of the breeding, and it's good breeding, a little better obviously for the turf. So it'll be interesting to see how this horse handles the off track. I mean, the red flags are up in a sense. Arrives here, but doesn't try a maiden special weight. She drops all the way to the bottom to 5,000. Can you say for sale? Well, they paid $34,000 for her as a weanling. She did resell for $102,000 as a yearling. This is the first foal of that dam that was in Ireland. But yeah, tricky read on this one. But one thing you can say, she's got an absolute huge class edge on these horses. Peruvian Princess, little issue at the gate last time. It still ran second. It was an easier field than this one. She was supposed to win that race, but I think the start compromised her. Tougher spot today, but she stays at 5,000. So even though you got some drop downs, and so it's a tougher race, if those drop downs don't pan out and she gets a better start, she could win. Another one of those drop downs, you got a War Dancer here, the 9, Dancing with the Boys. I think I remember the mother playing with the boys. That just shows I'm getting older and been here too long. But the dam ran second in the New York Oaks. That's probably where I remember. And did run here. So the breeding is good. And we'll try adding blinkers after the horrible... Oh, man, it was a horrible race. So I think the horse wore a hood anyway last time. So we'll see if a little bit of equipment change helps. But the main thing is the change of scenery. And she's another one that she's got to take to the surface switch. Seems to be a trend in some of these horses coming from New York and Saratoga. So for fourth, yeah, Crystal. I mean, Crystal's if you keep betting her to win, you're not making money. But if you're betting her to be in the money, she does it often. She's been no worse than fourth in her last 6 starts, so she's hit the board 3 of those 6, but fourth the other ones. So you could almost count on her to land in the superfecta. Now, she hasn't really done well on an off track, but I don't think it matters. I think she just keeps her form and just runs her race. So if she runs her race here, I don't think that she's going to be good enough to beat these drop downs, and I don't think she's as good as Peruvian Princess, but she might just be better than the rest of them on consistency, that she could get in the number again. So I'll go 4295. All right, we did get a late scratch in the 6th race of the 1 Profitability. I played a little bit. I got a little bit of price in here. I'm going to have John's in Charge turn the tables on stablemate Aries Magic. Now, they faced each other. That was back in June, early June. But the one thing you could say about John's in Charge, where I thought he ran good behind the stablemate, is it was his first start of the year. And he came back and won professionally in his second start. So it almost shows that he wasn't at his sharpest and may have needed that first start of the year. Well, he also doesn't mind an off track. His prior maiden win was on a sloppy racetrack going this distance, 5.5 furlongs. So I think if you could get 5-1 on this horse, and the money is going to be spread out, so there's a chance that you will. You might get 4 or 5-1 on the horse. So this could be the value race. They're pretty evenly matched. I don't think I could throw out anybody in here as far as would be surprised if they won. But this is a race you don't want to bet a favorite, and I'll go with the 5-1 shot on top. Aries Magic, yeah, I think he'll turn the tables on Aries Magic, but you still got to use Aries Magic. I'm not so sure about the off track with Aries Magic either. His 2 starts on the off track aren't particularly great, especially his last start, although that was a good racetrack. So there is a question. I mean, there's some good breeding for the off track, but this horse has had 3 starts on it, didn't hit the board, and also got pulled up in one of those races in the slop when he was at Aqueduct. So I'd be a little concerned how this horse is going to handle some moisture in the track. Now, I don't know how wet it's going to be by the 6th. I'm assuming it's still going to be off track, because we're pretty close to sloppy now. So even though it dries out, we'll probably be, they got to label good now, would still be good in the 6th. The 4-horse Mayhem at the Palace was previously 0 for 4 on and off track, and didn't hit the board at any of those 4 starts. Well, you know, that didn't matter. I looked like he liked the off track. So there probably was some other variables, and he ended up winning on an off track and winning drawing away. Granted, it was an easier field. But he came back and ran a good second going 5.5. I would like this horse a lot more going 3/4, just looking at the record. I mean, you look at the record at the 5.5 furlongs, it's just not good. I mean, he's never won at 5.5. He's had most of his wins at 6 furlongs or 7 furlongs or just different distances. The 5.5 might be slightly short for this horse. But the off track might be an equalizer. Even though he's previously 0 for 4, he looked pretty good winning that day. And I think he could be right there, despite his previous record at the distance. Maybe just bet him underneath. Now, the speed of the speed comes from the 6 Storm and Sammy. How easily can he clear? Usually breaks pretty sharp. And if he does, and he gets brave on the front end, watch out. He's going 5.5 again. He did stop a little bit last time, and he took all kinds of money. I think the half caught up to him. But this race, you could make the argument it's a little bit easier than the last race, and he had won on the front end in the prior race. So the question is, how difficult are they going to make it for him to clear with Aries Magic inside him? Because Aries Magic would be the other one, or anybody that does have a little bit of speed. But really, the true speed of the race is the 6 Storm and Sammy, and G Munning is outside of him. Now, G Munning does have some speed I don't think he's quite as fast early as Storm and Sammy, but he could keep him honest. So I'll go with a 5-2-4-6 in the 6. All right, 7th race, we scratched the 6 kegs, and we also got a late scratch of the 3 Skylar Starship. Yeah, I like this feature. You got 3 horses you can make a strong case for. I mean, Asuna Pagina's done nothing wrong. Was dominant in the 2 starts here. They tried the horse on the turf. I don't even know if the horse liked the turf or not, but I watched that race and it kind of took a funny step late, like maybe there was a wavy spot or something. It still came back on to win the race. It was a really good-looking performance by Nasuna Pagina to kick in like that, because he was on the rail, looked like he was beat, took a kind of a weird step, like a stumble, and still it came back and won. I don't know if that says he likes the turf or, I mean, Kedrick Carmouche was awfully aggressive with this horse. He went quick and still held on pretty well. Well, he's undefeated. Not just here, he's a perfect 3 for 3. And he's an Italian name. What else do you need to know? Plus, the off-track breeding's pretty good. You got the Honest Mischief, the Inner Mischief, Gemologist, the 405 Tomlinson. Gonna lean here, although this might be the toughest spot he's been in, except for the stakes race he just won. Lord King got upset by Sir Cartwright, who's in this race, but I think the pace flow was part of the problem. If he could get the front end in here, he may make it tough on Nasuna Pagina, but I'm interested to see what the tactics will be after that last race on the turf for Nasuna Pagina, because they've been pretty conservative with him the previous 2 starts, and then Kendrick decided to be aggressive, and it seemed to work too. So it just shows some versatility. And I don't know if Painting Stones will be that aggressive here. I mean, Painting Stones coming off a good performance going to the front end. Maybe they try to send the horse pretty strongly again to get the lead on Lord King, and that might put Nasuna Pagina in a position, maybe let those 2 go and drop back a tad and make a run. Also put Sir Cartwright in a pretty good position. Remember, Sir Cartwright, with a late move, caught Lord King. Of course, it was the race before that I liked the horse, and he didn't do anything. Of course, he broke badly. But it seems like he's breaking a tad slow every race. If they could fix that issue. Does have a bullet work sense. So it was a good move with the claim with Michelle and Mark Tasso. Lot to like on Sir Cartwright. I would use this horse. The Classic Cat would be the other long shot I use. Don't overlook this one, although I'd like to see this horse stretch out. Obviously, the off-track breeding. I mean, you look at Empire Maker and Ghost Sapper on the dam side. 421 Tomlinson, so if there's a horse that's going to step up because of the off-track in this race, although Nasuna Pagina's got some good, but Classic Cat's got the best off-track breeding in here. With that said, his one off-track race at Oaklawn wasn't that good. But it could have been other variables with the competition as well. So, claim for $10,000. Seems like this is a good spot for Classic Cat. He's still eligible for the 4 lifetime condition, and this is the split condition. Man, I mean, he's going to be a long shot. He's 12-1 morning line. But with the off-track and the off-track breeding, I would use him. I mean, I think you got to throw him in there. I would like this horse a lot more if they stretched him out. But I think when they did try stretching him out, it looked like he faded pretty badly. But he also got caught up in a speed duel. Be interesting to see if they try that again. Yeah, I think Chris's father rode this horse back in 2024. So you got the Elliott family, who both rode Classic Cat. I think I just talked to Stuart. Really classy guy and a great rider. 8th race, $5,000 maiden claimer, going a mile 70. Yeah, another drop down, and it's hard to ignore this one. I mean, you got Mitzi Fogg, and also prove that the horse can run on a sloppy dirt racetrack. Her best race is on a sloppy dirt racetrack. How do you go against her? I don't. I mean, I don't blame anybody for taking a shot against because when it looks too good to be true, it usually is. And this horse is another one that truly looks like she's for sale. On paper, how do you go against her? Although if you get 7-2, you might want to take out a loan. The two, the tribe has spoken is probably the main threat. She takes a big drop in class. So I think this is my opinion. If you're playing pick fours or pick fives, you might get away with just using 2-4 in the last race. The two on the drop, they're both the drop, and it's a significant enough drop that you got to consider this horse. Spicy Ticey, although you love the name, she's more of an underneath horse. High End and My Gorgeous, they both dropped to 5 in their last start. At least My Gorgeous, she responded to the drop with a good second. So if I use 3 of them, I might throw in the 9, My Gorgeous, because she was running against special weights. Not well against special weights. She responded to the drop. So if you get a horse losing by double digits, I get special weights dropping down to 5, and she almost wins. What's a horse that's more competitive against special weights going to do against this field? They win. I think if the Tribe has spoken wasn't in the or let's just go the other direction with that. If Mitzi Fogg wasn't in the race, the Tribe has spoken would probably be somewhat of a standout here. But because Mitzi Fogg's in the race, I think you got to use them both. So I'm going to go with the 4-2-9-7. Can't leave out Spicy Ticey. Come on. Anyway, enjoy today's card. Getting some wet weather. What else you gonna do? Come here, go get some refreshments from Shirley up at the wire. Enjoy some races and make some money. We're gonna continue live racing this week, Monday through Wednesday. So the next live racing day will be tomorrow with the 12:55 first post, and I'll see you then.
On the track for the first from Finger Lakes, there was the one Rumint and Raylu Gutierrez, the two La Indecente and Luis Perez. Number 3 is Moontown with jockey Joel Cruz. Number 4 is Equinox, Kevin Navarro, the rider. Number 5 is Princess Wadadley and jockey Chris Elliott. Number 6, Blue Eyed Scout, Stephen Frett. And number 7 is Classy West, Emmanuel De Diego is the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Track is listed as good. Want to let everyone know that if you're a Daily Racing Form member, got an account, there's free past performances for Finger Lakes today, as well as the upcoming Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes. Just got to be a DRF.com member. Free past performances for the Monday and Wednesday cards here at Finger Lakes. Two minutes. The daily racing form offer is, as I mentioned, on dailyracingform.com. You have to be an online member, which it's free to join. Normally you have to pay, but for Monday and Wednesday this week, if you are a dailyracingform.com member, you can download those past performances online for free. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. First race here at Finger Lakes. Start of another racing week. Got a field of 7 fillies and mares, an allowance race. 6-5 on the 5, Princess Wadadley. 3-2 on number 4, Equinox. Moontown going in, 1-2 in here for Windy Lee Farm. Had some rain in the area this morning and overnight. Track right now, good, sealed, racetrack. Blue-Eyed Scout going up and in, and Classy West to complete the loading process. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A picture perfect start. It's Classy West who sends out for the front end. Blue-Eyed Scout flashing early speed in second. Here's Princess Wadadley at the fence, making a line of 3 early on. A space of 4 lengths to Equinox in fourth, who's 3 in front of Rument. A length and a half back to La Indecente second last, and 4 lengths to Moontown, who brings up the rear. Princess Wadadley from third up into the lead has the lead as they make the entry into the turn. The lead's a length over Classy West, the nearest pursuer in second. Blue-Eyed Scout shuffled in third. Then 5 lengths, Rument picking up a spot in fourth, passing Equinox. And then it's 5 lengths to La Indecente, is 4 lengths in front of Moontown. First quarter mile, 22 and a fifth. Princess Wadadley with a quarter of a mile left to travel has a lead by 3. Blue-Eyed Scout re-rallies back up into second. Rument in the red blinkers, one from the outside in third, passing Classy West in fourth. They run down to mid-stretch. It's Princess Wadadley on top by 4 over Blue-Eyed Scout, and Rument second and third. Late rally from La Indecente on the stand side, but a deep stretch. Princess Wadadley's got this race won. Princess Wadadley, 2 for 2 lifetime at Finger Lakes. Rument second, third, Moontown, fourth, La Indecente. Number 5, Princess with Dodley was first. 6 furlongs, 111.77. Five, 1, 3, 2. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Princess Wood Dodley. New York bred 4-year-old bay filly by King for a Day out of Wadadley Princess. Gin Ellen Racing, owner breeder. Robert Falcone Jr., the trainer. Chris Elliott, the winning jockey. It's official, $4.28, the winning mutual, exacted $20.30, trifecta $32.94, dime super $18.85. Second race at Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 24 minutes at 1:28 p.m.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and that was Princess Wadadlai, who looked pretty professional in victory as she drew off from those rivals as she likes this racetrack. She's now a perfect 2 for 2 here at Finger Lakes. Chris Elliott for Robert Falcone. Kind of have an idea that you might hear from them again before the end of the day. Second race, a maiden event for fillies and mares going to mile 70. And really, it's one of those which Pletcher do you like type races. I mean, you got 2 sent in here for Todd Pletcher that both look pretty formidable in this race. Now, Ragba's got the better form in a sense because she's had a lot of experience. That may not necessarily be the most positive thing, so she's had 11 starts, but this is the easiest spot she's been in. Those are some tougher maiden special weight races at Saratoga and Keeneland for this Kentucky bred. What she's facing there is far better than what she's going to face here, so it's almost considered a big drop in class. Now, this is a good distance for her. She's by Curlin. She's got a nice number for the off track. Ragbus should be awfully tough. Now, the other one is no slouch either when you look at the breeding. Sayula's only had 1 start. It was on the turf, and she showed nothing. But you look at the breeding of this horse. You look at the sire sides into Mischief on the dam side. There's 2 good ones that are halves. So you had Trigger Warning, and the other one was a multiple grade 1 winner going long. So the breeding on Sayula might actually be better than the breeding on Ragba in a sense. Both of them look pretty formidable in this spot and could both run 1-2. Right now, they're all over the more experienced one, Ragba at odds of 1 to 9, and that's kind of why I leaned that way of the 2. Mainly the experience, and this is going to be so much easier. Looking for a horse for third, I thought it might be the 4 come Monday. Come Monday's had 2 starts, showed nothing in either one of them, but the breeding's there for a route. And mentioned it earlier. Off of the last start, they're going to stretch her out and keep her against maiden special weights instead of dropping her in class. I think that's a big positive sign, and this one pretty well bred as well. You got Holy Bull on that damn side. Holy Bull liked an off track, just broke bad in the Derby. Then they got Independence Hall, so good breeding on come Monday. We go to the 2-horse or the 3-horse playing on Broadway might be the other one to consider stretching out. This one's got any given Saturday on the dam side, so the off-track breeding is there. Even though her first career start was on an off-track, she was still learning. So she may take to the off-track. It's just a matter of going long. But what we've noticed in the recent years that Bustin' Stones have been pretty decent in these shorter route races, mile 70. That shouldn't be an issue. But the off-track breeding I'm playing on Broadway is there if she takes to this racetrack. So it's some of the contenders. Looks like they're going to be playing the 2 Pletcher horses. How often do you say that here at Finger Lakes? Exact to try Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in race number 2.
On the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes, number 1, Signal Chad and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is Saula, Chris Elliott. Number 3 is Playing on Broadway, Joel Cruz. Number 4, Come Monday, and Luis Perez. Number 5, Ragba, Raylu Gutierrez. And number 6, Find Me a Prince, and Kevin Navarro. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares going a mile 70 yards. 1-4 favorite number 5, Rockva. From the Todd Pletcher barn. Second at Keeneland 2 starts ago. Second choice at 7-2, Saula. That's how I came up with the pronunciation. Another one from the Pletcher barn for St. George Stable. Rogba's in. Find Me a Prince to the outside. Find Me a Prince backs off. 1-9 on Rogba. Find Me a Prince. Going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start. Playing on Broadway pokes the head in front. Come Monday outside in second. Then it's Find Me a Prince. Saula is towards the inside with Signal Chant. And Rockbuzz deep on the course at the back of the pack as they take on that first turn. It's Come Monday who makes the front end. Playing on Broadway defers in second. A length and a half back to Signal Chant, who races in third. Saula is in fourth. Rogba, the big favorite, outside in fifth. And Find Me a Prince at the back of the pack at about 5.5 lengths off the lead. First quarter mile, 24 seconds. Come Monday clears off by a couple lengths and off the inside, leading by a length and a half. In second, that is Playing on Broadway, followed up next by Signal Chat, as it's Rogba who is in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Find Me a Prince, who's to the outside of Saula at the tail of the field, as they have 3.5 furlongs to go. Come Monday has the lead by just about a length, as Rogba challenging on the outside with Signal Chat. Playing on Broadway's towards the inside in fourth. Saula's in fifth and 8 lengths off the lead. And Find Me a Prince trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Rogba who has opened up. Rogba has the lead by 6 lengths over Come Monday, who's all out in second. Signal Chat outside third, Playing on Broadway fourth, as they run down to the final furlong. Rogba strides away. The lead's now double digits. The battle for second. Come Monday, plugging away towards the inside. Signal Chat late rally from Saula on the extreme outside, but a no doubt about it winner. It's Rogba. Saula gets second. Signal Chat third. Come Monday fourth. 5214, number 5, Rogba first. Mile 70 yards, 145.23. $2.46, the winning mutual. Rogba, Kentucky bred, 4-year-old dark brown filly by Curlin out of Takriz. Shadwell Stable. The owner, Todd Fletcher. The trainer, Raylu Gutierrez. The winning jockey, Shadwell Farm bred Rogba. Dime Super, $6.87. Double $5, exacta $5.70, 50-cent try, $6.91. Third race from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time race 3 in about 22 minutes at 2:01 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 3. No big surprises there as Rogbau got bet down to 1-5 and no real anxious moments. Ray Lou Gutierrez for Todd Pletcher. Don't see too many Todd Pletcher trainees coming here except for our stakes races. Third race at 11-9, never won 3, and we'll look at some of the contenders in here. At least after a very short price double, we get a little bit more of a competitive race here. You can make a case for a lot of them in here. We'll start with the 3 Little Birds. He gets a little class relief. He was running against Tougher in New York and at Gulfstream. Last race he clipped heels, but the previous start in a starter, which is a much tougher group than these, he ran a good third, and then they took the blinkers off. So it's interesting that he ran good with the blinkers and then didn't without them, and then they gave up on the blinkers. They must have seen something with that, but you could draw a line through the last race anyway with the trouble trip, and 3 Little Birds, certainly a strong player in here. He's one of the horses getting bet. The current favorite on the board is the 5, Ava's Uncle Billy. A little tougher field for the condition today for Ava's Uncle Billy, who ran a good second behind Prophetic last time as a beaten favorite. He did break badly in the previous start, probably a race he should have easily won, but got compromised by the start at this distance. And this is a distance that he likes. His other start at 3/4, he did win against an allowance field. Logical horse. He hasn't missed the board at the level, and be surprised if he missed the board today too, and is a big win threat. I thought a good price horse because of the off track and the numbers is the 4, Henry's Hope. Henry's Hope was claimed for 5,000, moved up to the 11-9, didn't run that badly, got the lead in that race and went pretty reasonable fractions, probably a little quick fractions, and got run down by Ava's Uncle Billy and Nikos, who was good in the condition. Well, with McLean's music and Tiz Now on the dam side, that's really strong for the wet, so he steps up in it. So, and he stays at the 11-9 level. He could be a contender in here. I mean, Barrow's got 2 of them in here that look good. I mean, Cool Hand Luke is probably the better of the 2, but he's off a layoff. Mr. Sugar Daddy's no slouch. He beat up on easier last time and stays at the 11-9. So pretty competitive group in this third race. I went with a 1-5-4. Exacta Try Super Daily Double Pick 3 and Pick 4 starts with this race.
Coming on the track, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Three Little Birds and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Mr. Sugar Daddy and Oscar Gomez. Number 3, My Cool Hand Luke and Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Henry's Hope, Nasario Alvarado aboard. Number 5, Ava's Uncle, well, I'll go to the 6, Last Drink, and Emmanuel de Diego. And there's the 5, Ava's Uncle Billy and Andre Worry. Post time in about 3 minutes. Another reminder, if you are a DRF.com online member, you can download free Finger Lakes past performances for absolutely free. It's online, and you got to be a DRF.com member to take advantage of that offer. And it's for today and Wednesday of this week. 2 minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Claimers now winners of 3. Number 1, Three Little Birds, current favorite at even money. Making a big drop down in claiming price. Last raced at Saratoga. 5-2 on number 5, Ava's Uncle Billy. Second at today's class level, last time out. Henry's Hope into line, Ava's Uncle Billy. And last drink to the outside. And this field is set for a start. And they're off. It's Henry's Hope dashing out for the lead. Last drink goes with that one outside in second. Ava's Uncle Billy tracks in third. 2 lengths, Three Little Birds is up the inside in fourth. My Cool Hand Luke's in fifth and 8 lengths off the lead. And 2 lengths to Mr. Sugar Daddy, who's at the back of the pack. Half mile to go. Henry's Hope clears off by a couple lengths. Last drink in chase mode second. Ava's Uncle Billy third, first quarter mile, 22 and a fifth. Three Little Birds, mid-flight in fourth and 8 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to My Cool Hand Luke, who's about 4 lengths in front of Mr. Sugar Daddy, who's at the back of the pack. Henry's Hope at the quarter pole has a lead by 3.5 lengths. Ava's Uncle Billy now up into second. Last drink spun wide for the stretch drive, and Three Little Birds is outside in fourth. They got 3/16 to go. Henry's Hope's lead has been whittled down to a length. Ava's Uncle Billy comes to tackle on the outside, and then it's My Cool Hand Luke who's up into third, 16th to go. Ava's Uncle Billy, My Cool Hand Luke up into second, but here's the finish line, and Ava's Uncle Billy prevails over My Cool Hand Luke, and then it was Henry's Hope and Three Little Birds. 5-3-4-1. Number 5, Ava's Uncle Billy first. 6 furlongs and 111.89. $5.92 the winning mutual. Double $7.64. Super $14.84 for a dime. Winning combination 5-3-4-1. Exacta $31.88. Trifecta $35 even. Ava's Uncle Billy back to the winner's circle. New York bred 5-year-old bay gelding by Uncle Mo out of Ava K. Sheila Engelhart, the owner. Chris Engelhart, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Sugar Maple Farm and H. Lewis Rappaport bred Ava's Uncle Billy. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Late pick 5 starts on the 4th. Post time in 21 minutes at 2:32 p.m. Don't forget, 3 weeks' time, there'll be another handicapping tournament here at Finger Lakes. We had over 160 entries in our first one. Our next one is 3 weeks from today, August 24th. $1,000 for first. Top 3 get prize money. And it'll be on the Finger Lakes races. 3 weeks from today, our next handicapping contest here at Finger Lakes.
All right, getting ready for race number 4, and Eva's Uncle Billy, always the bridesmaid, never a bride. He broke through today and got the win after knocking at the door for a few starts there. Andre Worry giving a nice ride to get that victory for trainer Chris Engelhart. Okay, we go to the 4th, 11-9, never won 2, going a distance of a mile. Kind of cut this one down. I do like the race that True Violence ran last time in the sprint. I didn't really like him. I liked the winner, Mr. Sugar Daddy, that day, but I thought this horse dug in pretty well. He was way over bet, but he ran, he was on the rail. Rail was not a great place to be that day either, and it looked like he was going to be well beaten and lose interest and fade, but he actually dug in and just missed by a neck. So if he can, and he's more of a router than a sprinter. That wasn't even his best distance, and he ran extremely well. So if you liked him last time, and somebody did, at odds of 3 to 5, you got to like him today going a route in the same condition. Looks tough in here. The 3, I'm Solo in Love, looks to be one of the main threats, as this one didn't fire too well last time, but switches back to cruise. And this horse was very competitive against allowance horses with the higher profile jockey, and now drops in class down to 11-9, and at this level with Cruz back on, figures to be awfully tough. And just how he handles the racetrack, he hasn't really done well on an off track, but he did run a close 3rd behind Not For Nothing before when that was a muddy racetrack back in November, so he shouldn't mind it. He could be tough in here. The one more rep is another drop down, but he ran at the 11-9 level while in for the waiver claim, so he ran protected before stepping up, and it wasn't embarrassed in that race, so he drops back down to 11-9. Could come down to the trip with these 3 horses. I did lead towards True Violence, though, as my top choice. The 2 horse all of a sudden drops back to 11. The big question is going to be the distance with this horse, but it shouldn't be a big issue. The last time this horse went 1:70 in the slop, ran a very good 3rd place finish at the allowance level. So he's back down to 11-9. It did come up pretty tough for an 11-9 when you see these other drop downs in there, but he's just another contender at this level and a good horse to use in the top 4. He's never missed the board in 4 starts on off track, so that should be noted. Maybe this will be the day that he does, but he looks like the other one in race number 4. Exacta Try Super Daily Double. The late pick 5 starts in the 4th. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is One More Rep and Ray Lou Gutierrez. Number 2, All of a Suddenly and Jose Baez. Number 3, I'm Solo and in Love with Joel Cruz. Number 4, True Violence, Luis Pena. Number 5, Not My Type, Jackie Davis aboard. Number 7 is Salty Ryan and Oscar Gomez. And somewhere will be number 6, New Matthew, and Chris Russell. Post time in just a few minutes. Track has been harrowed between races 3 and 4. Right now, I see track still listed as good. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Track has been harrowed, still being called good here. No change in the track condition as of yet. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go a mile. Claimers non-winners of 2. 3 to 2, number 4, True Violence. Not My Type, New Matthew, and Salty Ryan. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Great start. It's New Matthew, and all of a suddenly, these two are the quickest out of the starting gate. Salty Ryan will be stuck out wide in third, and then it's Not My Type, who's in amongst horses. True Violence wants off the inside, gets a crevice 3 wide in third, a length off the lead, but now tugging at the jockey is True Violence. Second last is One More Rep, and a length to I'm Solo and In Love, who's at the tail of the field. It's New Matthews on the point, has the lead by a half length. Challengers inside and outside. All of a sudden, he's at the fence. True Violence 3 wide. And Salty Ryan in the 4 path, now backing off the pace right now, 3 off the lead. One More Rep is towards the inside in 5th. Then a half length back to Not My Type, who's a half length in front of I'm Solo In Love, who's at the back of the pack. 3 across the track, a half mile to go. The opening half in 49 and a 5th. All of a sudden, he kicks on through towards the inside, gets a narrow lead over New Matthew. True Violence still 3 wide. In third, only a neck off the lead. Then about 3.5 lengths back to I'm Solo and In Love, who's circling up on the outside of Salty Ryan. One More Rep is getting shuffled a little bit in second last. And many lengths back to Not My Type, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. True Violence takes over the lead. All of a sudden, is all out in second. And then it's New Matthew, I'm Solo and In Love is on the grandstand side, up into second. 3 lengths off the lead of True Violence. 1 furlong to go. True Violence on top by 2.5. Over I'm Solo and In Love on the outside second. True Violence, I'm Solo and In Love lunging late. I'm Solo and In Love, and True Violence holds over I'm Solo and In Love. Then it was One More Rep, and all of a suddenly, 4312, number 4, True Violence first. Time for the mile, 140.58. To the winner's circle, number 4, True Violence. Kentucky bred 4-year-old bay colt by Violence out of La Pequeña Gigi. Starlight 10-4 Racing Stables and John Grabowski, the owners. John Grabowski, the trainer. Luis Pena, the winning jockey. George Yeager bred True Violence. $5.08 the winning mutual, double $13.96, exacta $18.42. Trifecta $12.25, dime super $4.99. 50-cent pick three gets you back $4.26. Fifth race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick four wagering. Post time, race number 5 in about 21 minutes at 3:04 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 5. Good finish to that fourth race. Looked like True Violence was going to go away with it, but I'm Solo in Love. Gave him some competition late, but it was Luis Pena holding on for former top jockey John Grabowski. True Violence will start off your pick 5. Fifth race, 5,000 maiden claimer for Fillies and Mares going 5.5. Yeah, Immortal Poet seems to have a big class edge on this field. And you don't see too many horses bred in Great Britain here at Finger Lakes, but that's the case here. And she was involved with a really quick pace at Saratoga when last seen against $50,000 maiden claimers. They finished up in 102 and change. I can honestly say they're not going to go 102 and change in this race, but she's got to handle the surface switch. She's never run on the dirt. She's bred for the turf, but very well bred. $102,000 yearling after being sold for $34,000 as a weanling. It's just the drop in class will make her the horse to beat, and she's currently at 8-5. Now you got the two Peruvian Princess of the horses that have run here, and not the drop downs. Peruvian Princess probably has the best form and best chance in here. She only ran for 5 once. That was last time. It wasn't that impressive or anything, but she did have to overcome a poor break against arguably an easier field. That was her first time using LASIK. She stays at 5.5, and if a couple of these drop downs don't have it, she looks like the best of the rest, and she's certainly a threat if she breaks better. She's currently at odds of 9-2. The 9 horse is Dancing with the Boys. A war dancer, she's very well bred, and she'll add blinkers for this race. Her first start, well, didn't show anything on the turf, but working well over the track. You look at the breeding, the dam ran second in the New York Oaks. Actually, remember the dam playing with the boys, and Dancing with the Boys should improve, at least improve off of her first start. It could be a big threat in this race. Threw in Crystal for 4th just because she's an underneath horse. She might finish 2nd or 3rd, but one thing you know about Crystal is she probably won't win, but you can almost count on her to make the Trier Super, and that could be the case here. She her last 6 starts, she hasn't been any worse than 4th. That's where I'm going to put her today. She is 0 for 30 overall, so you can't have much for faith in this horse on the win end. But especially if Immortal Poet goes to the front end, Crystal might be able to follow the leader and hang around for a share. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts with this race. Good luck.
Coming on the track, race 5 from Finger Lakes, there's number 1, Imagine If with Kiberkoa. Number 2, Peruvian Princess, Jeremias Flores. Number 3, Only Ladas and Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Immortal Poet, Chris Elliott, the jockey. Number 5 is Crystal and Nazario Alvarado. Number 6, Frosty Carina, Chris Russell. Number 7, Touchy Subject, Emmanuel De Diego up. Number 8, Bourbon Slip, Oscar Gomez. Number 9, Dancing with the Boys in Luis Pena. And number 10, Lady Meringue, Andre Worry in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 10 fillies and mares to go 5.5 furlongs. Significant favorite at 4-5, number 4, Immortal Poet. Three to 1, number 2, Peruvian Princess. She's up into the gate. 5th race starts the late 50-cent pick 4 here at Finger Lakes. Track has been upgraded to fast as I look up. Drying out surface. Track was opened up between races 3 and 4. Frosty Karina. Touchy Subject. Bourbon Slip. Dancing with the Boys, and Lady Meringue. Dancing with the Boys. Goes in. Lady Meringue to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Immortal Poet who rushes out for the lead. Peruvian Princess emerges in second. Touchy Subject outside third. Crystal fourth. Imagine If towards the inside fifth. 6.5 off the lead. Half length of Frosty Karina, who's a length in front of Lady Meringue, who runs along in seventh. In eighth place, that's Only Ladus, who's about a length in front of Bourbon Slip, and a gap of about 4 lengths to Dancing with the Boys, who's at the tail of the field. 3 furlongs to go. Immortal Poet and Elliott on top by 2 lengths. Peruvian Princess chasing second. Crystal with a move on the outside from third up into second. A few more lengths back to Imagine If. 9 lengths off the lead in fourth. Then it's Frosty Karina, followed up by Only Ladus as they turn into the stretch. Immortal Poet cuts the corner, has the lead by 3 lengths. Crystal trying to bear down, but now is lugging out a bit in second. Then it's Peruvian Princess in third, followed up by Only Ladus in fourth. 16th to go. Immortal Poet, the big favorite, has a lead by 6. Immortal Poet will not be caught. Give Elliott 2 on the card. Crystal holds second. Only Ladus third. Peruvian Princess fourth. 4532, number 4, Immortal Poet first. To the winner's circle, number 4, Immortal Poet. Great Britain bred. 3-year-old duck run filly by Lope E. Fernandez out of Better by Far. LJSS Thoroughbreds owns. Robert Falcone Jr. trains. Chris Elliott, the winning jockey. Barton Stud bred Immortal Poet. 2 wins in the card for trainer Robert Falcone Jr. 2 wins for jockey Chris Elliott. $3.06. Favorite wins race 5, double $11.20. Exact is $17.36. Try $25.03. Super $13.12. Pick 3 $6.91. Pick 5 5 of 5 $16.54. Race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Profitability. Exacta Trifecta. Superfacta Daily Double Pick 3 wagering. Post time race 6 in 20 minutes at 3:34 p.m.
All right, Mortal Poet gave Chris Elliott another win, as in Falcone. They won the first race as well, so that's 2 on the day already. And that one couldn't have been much easier. He was the main speed. He was a drop down, and the horse that was chasing after him is a lifetime maiden. So everything kind of worked out for the Great Britain bred Immortal Poet, Chris Elliott and Robert Falcone. Okay, 6th race, scratch the 1, profitability. We'll get one of these races where maybe we'll get a little bit of a price and a little bit competitive, but I went with the horse that was 5-1 morning line. Of course, he's getting bet right now. He's a second choice at 9-5. Talk about John's in Charge. Well, I liked him originally. Part of the reason I liked him, he likes an off track. Well, we got a fast racetrack. This track, good job holding the water today, and the maintenance guys did a great job as far as getting this track dried out. And here we are with a fast racetrack for the 5th and 6th race. So John's in Charge went in for the waiver claim, actually lost to his stablemate, who's in this race, Aries Magic, when they faced off on June 9th. Now, he followed the horse home, and that was his first start off a layoff. So he's got a good chance to turn the tables, because he seemed to improve and be sharper his second start, and won for fun. Now, granted, it was an easier field, but he looked good in victory. So he gets a little bit of a break since the last race. He's got that tactical speed where he could stalk in here, and I'm just going to lean towards him in a wide open race. I mean, Storm and Sammy figures to be the speed as far as he goes, but John's in Charge won't be that far behind him. And I got an Engelhard Exacta. The 2 Aries Magic, he's better than what he looks anyway, but he did beat his stablemate. He's done well here. He's got 2 wins over the track, and his last race, he just didn't fire at all on the good racetrack, and he chased a little bit before fading. I think you could forgive the last effort for Aries Magic, and if you do, and he runs back to his 3 lifetime victory, he figures to be right there, and I think that's where you can gauge him from. If you look at the 2 recent races at Finger Lakes, those are the only 2 times he's ran for 5,000. So if you just forgive the last, you can use him today. So he's not going to get bet as much because of the last stud. He's at 6-1. The 4 Mayhem at the Palace looked good winning in the slop, and did have some late run last time, but Look at Super was a little bit better. My only knock, and why I didn't take this horse first or second, would be the distance. This horse is a 6 furlong horse, and he's running at 5.5 here. And he did run okay at 5.5 to be second last time, so it's not saying he can't win at 5.5. He's just better at 6 furlongs, mainly because of his running style. He's more at the mercy of the pace at 5.5. Storm and Sammy is the pace. He's the speed. It depends on how much work he's got to do to get the front and whether he can sustain his speed. He doesn't have much of an excuse last time. He did stop at this distance at 5.5. So it all depends on how easily he can clear Aries Magic and how fast he goes early, and if he can keep going to hold on. He's obviously dangerous as the speed of the speed in race number 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts with the 6. They're going on the track. We did have a scratch of the 1, profitability.
Coming on the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 1. Leading the post parade, number 2, Ari's Magic and GM Rohina. Number 3, Revivalism and Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Mayhem in the Palace and Oscar Gomez. Number 5, John's in Charge, Andre Worry. Number 6 is Stormin' Sammy, Jeremias Flores. And number 7 is G Munning. Michael Davila Jr. calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race 6. From Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. 6 to 5 on number 5, John's in Charge. Mayhem in the Palace. John's in Charge. Storm and Sammy. And G Munning. Eight to 5, John's in Charge. 2 to 1, Storm and Sammy. 3 to 1, Mayhem in the Palace. G Munning to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Tremendous start for G Munning. Gets the jump on Storm and Sammy, who's now to the outside of G Munning. These two hook up on the front end. It's Ari's Magic who tracks in third. John's in Charge outside fourth. Mayhem in the Palace splitting rivals up into a joint fourth. And at the back, that is Revivalism. Half mile to go. G Munning and Storm and Sammy. These two duel for the top spot. They're clear by 5. Ari's Magic, Mayhem in the Palace. John's in Charge, third, fourth, and fifth in that middle cluster. And 3 lengths to Revivalism who trails. First quarter mile, 22 and a fifth. 2.5 furlongs to go. Still dueling leaders. G Munning to the inside of Storm and Sammy. Mayhem in the Palace draws closer in between horses in third. Ari's Magic is in fourth. Then it's John's in Charge. Revivalism's on the grandstand side. They got 3/16 to go. G Munning on top by a length. Storm and Sammy's all out. Here's Mayhem in the Palace closing in with each and every stride in third. Now up in the second is Mayhem in the Palace. G Munning digs in, but it's Mayhem in the Palace on the outside. Mayhem in the Palace. G Munning. Mayhem in the Palace wins over G Munning. Close for third. Revivalism to the outside of Storm and Sammy. Four, 7, 6, 3. Number 4, Mayhem in the Palace first. 5.5. Furlongs timed in 105.62. To the winner's circle, number 4, Mayhem in the Palace. Florida bred 5-year-old bay gelding by Palace Malice out of Ms. Mayhem. Lima Horse Racing owns. Ilmar Loaiza trains. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. Lori Plaza. Bred Mayhem in the Palace. $6.86, the winning mutual. Double $9.42. Exacta $23.44. Trifecta $13.05. Dime Super $8.25. Pick 4 $17.73. Seventh race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 3 Skylar's Starship and number 6 Kegs. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, late daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 19 minutes at 4:03 p.m. Our next free handicapping contest at Finger Lakes will be 3 weeks from today on August 24th. We had over 160 entries for our first contest, and the winner got $1,000. Top 3 get cash. Just got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. That's free to join. Next free handicapping contest at Finger Lakes 3 weeks from today.
All right, we're getting ready for our feature race of the day, and it's a good one. It features the return of Nasuna Pagina, who's undefeated, won both the races at Finger Lakes pretty easily. And then you got Lord King, who's looked pretty good in all of his starts here as well. Only the one blemish on his record. He's 3 for 4. Sir Cartwright's in here, the horse that beat Lord King, and then ran second to the very quick Blamiker, who just ran at Saratoga a few days ago. Classic Cut, who was just claimed for 10,000. He's in here allowance. He's got some class. So it does turn out to be a really, really solid feature race in this one. I'd say 4 of the 6, you can make a strong case for any of the 4. So we'll look at them. We'll start with Nasuna Pagina. I mean, this horse was very impressive in both of his starts, probably even more impressive in his second start here, where he beat a pretty good field and did it quite handily. Well, he had to come off the Lasix last time, ran on the turf in the New York Stallion Series race in New York, and it was close. It looked like he was beat coming down the lane. He was on the rail, kind of stumbled a little bit, and then dug in and came back on and ended up beating a pretty decent field. So he comes back to Finger Lakes, moves to a winnable spot. Of course, didn't know that Lord King was going to be in here, but he'll be tested in this spot. But to me, he's still the horse to beat because he has not been defeated yet, and he's also showed that he can run on the turf. He's currently at 2-1. Lord King is the favorite, and Lord King has done little wrong. Like I said, he had the one blemish where he's trying to chase after a 21. He took over, but was a little bit softened up enough that Sir Cartwright was in the right position to get the victory. It was actually a really nice ride by Joel Cruz to get up to get that win. Well, he followed it up with an easy gate-to-wire victory on July 15th. So the big question here is, can he get the lead on these horses? I mean, you got Painting Stones isn't as fast, but he's inside of Lord King. And Nasuna Pagina has speed if he wants to use it because he's on the rail. He showed that speed on the turf. So that'll be interesting to see how this complexion of this race does happen. But what can you say about Lord King? Say he's been dominant since he arrived here, with the exception of the one race where he just got softened up and Sir Cartwright took advantage. Classic Cut, I thought, might be a little overlooked here, but he is getting some play. He's currently at odds of 7-2 after being 12-1 morning line. I did like him a little more when it was looking like it could be an off track, but we've gone to fast for the last few. He's certainly got a really good off track breeding. He's also got breeding that says that he should go a little further than 6 furlongs as well. But he's in good form. He was running at Oaklawn, and he ran a good third in New York in that Belmont Aqueduct meet. And, he's still eligible for conditions here, this is probably the right place to be if you have Classic Cut. I mean, this horse is only a 3-time winner, so he fits in here for the 4 lifetime. He's got numbers to be competitive, and he wouldn't be that big of a surprise if he broke through and get the victory, but he may need a little bit of help. He's going to be trying to close, so if any of these speed horses get away, like Lord King, he might have a tough time closing to catch that one. But he's got his credentials too, and again, he's getting some play at 4-1. With really the 2 horses that are going to get a lot of play in here are Lord King and Nasuna Pagina. They seem like they're the 2 that are going to get all the action, and they are. Right now, Lord King's at 6-5. Nasuna Pagina right now at odds of 2-1, and really you could go either way with these 2. Again, the tactics can matter. It is 6 furlongs, so I don't see anybody being too aggressive, but I don't really see Lord King being alone on the lead. If he is, good night. I don't think Nasuna Pagina will be able to chase him down. So we'll see. I mean, that's why it's such a good feature, and you got to test for a couple of these horses, and I would expect a pretty good time with the presence of Lord King and Nasuna Pagina. They do start the late double with race number 7. We also have Exacta Try and Super offered in here. We did get a couple scratches. The 3 Skylar Starship and the 6 Kigs, they just call riders up. They're about to go on the track. Good luck.
Coming out of the track, race 7 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 3 and 6. Leading the post for number 1, Nasuna Pagina and Jeremias Flores. Number 2 is Classic Cut, Chris Elliott. Number 4, Painting Stones, Chris Russell. Number 5, Sir Cartwright, Joel Cruz. Number 7, Lord King, Raylu Gutierrez up. And number 8, Nostalgia's Smile and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate. Horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Painting Stones going up. Sir Cartwright, Lord King, and Nostalgia Smile. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Decent start. It's Lord King going out for lead, Painting Stones. Here's Nasuna Pagina. towards the rail. 3 across the track early on. Nostalgia Smile mid-flight in 4th, 6 lengths off the lead. A length back to Sir Cartwright, who's about a length in front of Classic Cut, who trails the field. They run to the half-mile pole. Nasuna Pagina has the lead by 3 parts of a length over Painting Stones in second. First quarter mile, a legitimate 22 seconds. It's Lord King who sweeps up to the outside from third up into second, a length and a quarter off the lead. 5th place is Sir Cartwright, but 8.5 off the pace. A half length to Nostalgia Smile, who's about 3 lengths in front of Classic Cut, who trails the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. And it's Nasuna Pagina who opens up. Nasuna Pagina comes off the turn, leading by 6 big lengths. Lord King left in the wake in second. Nostalgia Smile towards the inside third. Sir Cartwright outside in fourth. They have a 16th to go, and it's Nasuna Pagina in a one-horse race. Nasuna Pagina now 4 for 4 lifetimes. Lord King second, then it's Nostalgia Smile and Sir Cartwright fourth. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Nasuna Pagina. 4 for 4 lifetime, New York bred, 3-year-old bay gelding by Honest Mischief. Out of Brilliant Catherine. Transfiguration Stable owns. Paul Barrow trains. Jeremias Flores, the winning jockey. Blue Chip Bloodstock bred. Nasuna Pagina. $5.50 the winning mutual. Double $17.22. Exacted $15.06. Trifecta $14.73. Dime Super $6.35. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in about 20 minutes at 4:34 p.m.
All right, get ready to complete this Monday card. But man, what a performance by the Italian No Page. I guess that's what Nessuno Paguna means. That one, man, undefeated, a perfect 4 for 4. And I tell you what, this horse drew away professionally by over 11 lengths against a pretty good field. What an impressive horse. See how he does, and maybe he'll be in one of our later stakes races. But he's done nothing wrong. It even won on the turf at Saratoga. God, congratulations to Connections. Well, let's see if Robert Falcone and Chris Elliott can perform a hat trick here. They've already won 2 races on the card, and they should have the horse to beat in this last race as well. Mitzi Fogg takes a big drop in class, comes off the turf to run for 5,000. Well, Mitzi Fogg, the one time that this horse was on the dirt, granted it was a sloppy track, and we got a fast track now, did run good enough, easily good enough to beat this field. Really, this is a horse to beat. But the main threat, you do have a drop down, and the tribe has spoken. So this one figures to take some money as well. He's taken a sharp drop where she ran against maiden special weights last time. Not that horribly beaten in the route. Well, if Mitzi Fogg wasn't in the race, this horse would be a heavy, heavy favorite. But she's the main threat. So if Mitzi Fogg doesn't have it, this one on the drop looks like the other one. I mean, everything else is kind of a stretch against these horses. The 9 My Gorgeous you can make a case for after running second when dropping for 5. That one you could consider. Spicy Ticey's more of an underneath type, but she'll stretch out after running in primarily sprints. That's some of the contenders for the last race. Just a reminder, we do continue live racing Tuesday and Wednesday. Tomorrow, 12:55 first post. See you then.
On the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Secord and Chris Russell. Number 2, The Tribe Has Spoken, Rayla Gutierrez. Number 3, Cha-Cha Millie, Andre Worry. Number 4 is Misty Fogg, Chris Elliott. Number 5, West 17th, Jackie Davis up. Number 6, High End and Luis Pena. Number 7, Spicy Ticey, Gabricoa. Number 8 is Jovia's Diva, Michael DeVilla Jr. And number 9 is My Gorgeous and Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in just a few. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 fillies and mares going a mile 70 yards. Even money number 4, Misty Fog. High End walking up. Spicy Ticey. Jovia's Diva and My Gorgeous to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Misty Fog and Spicy Ticey. These two dash out for the lead. High End right behind the leaders in third to the inside of Jovia's Diva. My Gorgeous is outside of Jovia's Diva. And then it is West 17th, who's to the outside of Secord and mid-pack. The back couple markers, The Tribe Has Spoken is in second last, and a length and a half to Cha-Cha Millie, who trails the field. As they transition to the backstretch, it's Misty Fog and Spicy Ticey. These two are on the front end together, more or less, then 3 lengths back to Jovia's Diva outside third, High End's in fourth. The Tribe Has Spoken, picking her way through traffic as High End is dropping back suddenly, might be pulled up out of the race. Up the backstretch they travel. Misty Fog has the lead over Spicy Ticey. The Tribe Has Spoken continues to improve in third. A length and a half back to My Gorgeous fourth. Jovia's Diva races in fifth. Secord's in sixth and 8 lengths off the lead. 4 lengths back to Cha-Cha Millie. And then 3 lengths to West 17th, as they have about 3 furlongs to go in this race. Misty Fog on top by a half length over Spicy Ticey second. The Tribe Has Spoken within striking range in third, 2 lengths off the lead. Fourth place belongs to My Gorgeous, but 11 lengths off the pace. And then it's Secord, who's a distant fifth as they reach the top of the stretch. Misty Fog shaking up. The Tribe Has Spoken finds racing room right to the outside. And then it's Spicy Ticey stand side in third. 3 chances here, 1 furlong to go. The Tribe Has Spoken poking the head in front. Misty Fog battles on in second. Then in third, Spicy Ticey in deep stretch. It's the Tribe Has Spoken who has the advantage. The Tribe Has Spoken give Gutierrez 2 wins of the card. Misty Fog second, third, Spicy Ticey, Secord fourth. Two, 4, 7, 1. in the 8th and final. Time for the mile 70 yards, 148.50. We didn't have a claim. The 4 Misty Fog was claimed. New owner trainer Beth Miller Saul. Eighth race, official winner number 2, The Tribe Has Spoken. California bred 4-year-old dark brown filly by Mr. Big out of Glitz. Troy Smith and John Haas, the owners. Troy Smith's the trainer. Ray Lou Gutierrez, the winning jockey, riding double for Ray Lou Gutierrez. George Krikorian, bred The Tribe Has Spoken. Pick 5, $44.03. Double $17.48. Exacta $11.18. Tribe $5.36. Super $9.84. Pick 3 $13.86. Pick 4 $15.41. Eighth race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Tuesday. First post, 12:55 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. This is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.